Right, hello there. Testing, testing. Microphone seems to be working. Stream seems to be okay. Who have we got in the chat? Hello, Player One, and hello, Chad. How are you guys both doing? Pardon me. Right then. So, we are back for some more Apex Mechs survival nonsense. We're going to carry on building this spider mech that I started last week. I did a little bit of greebling between streams and also finished off that last leg that we didn't get done last week. But here's mostly exactly how we left him last time. Hey Chad. Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you guys here. Right, so we'll get stuck into this for a couple of hours. I've got a cup of tea, I've got some sweets in front of me, so I'm all good for... I actually need to close my door a little bit, hang on. Right, there we go. Okie dokie, so we are going to carry on building this guy. I'm just going to turn that off for the minute, I don't need that on. Oh, and I forgot to grab some of my reference pictures. So, I'm still kind of half undecided about what I want to do with this mech. I know I want to make it a big, scary combat mech. With some assault cannons on it, because I think I've got the materials to make assault cannon shells. So yeah, I'm just still trying to decide what I want the top part of it to look like. So, give me a second. What reference pictures could I bring up? I've got a whole bunch of Masamune spider tanks knocking around on my computer. Now, question is, do we go scorpion tank or do we go spider tank? Because those are pretty much my two favourite spider tanks I've got there. Yeah, hang on, let me see if I can get them into OBS. Yes, I can. Give me a second. Do I want to there? No, I can't. There we go. That's one of them. So that is one of my main favourite spider tanks. You should be able to see that on screen now. That's the HAW-206 from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. And give me 1 second. And there we go, there is the other one. That is teeny tiny, and again it's quite a low resolution image. And there's the other one, there's the EW205. That is my other favourite spider tank from Ghost in the Shell, so I'm trying to decide between those two what kind of vibe I want to go with for this guy. So if anyone in the chat has got any suggestions, feel free to make them now. Just while I set up a few other things. HAW. Yeah, I'll go with that one. I'll go with that one. Because I want him to have some kind of big main weapon. I just don't know whether I want to go with like a tank kind of abdomen pod thing, or whether I want to go with scorpion tail. Well, we'll figure out some walk cycle stuff while we decide what we're going to do with the top half. Most of your spider tanks are combat oriented. What if you have minimal armament for spider defense and lean more towards cargo haul for this one, since you mentioned doing some exploring? Potentially. You can choose these two examples. The top one would be your choice. Yeah, I do like the HAW. It is one of my favourites with that scorpion tail of it that it's got. Yeah, if I was doing something more multiplayer oriented, where I actually had a need for hauling mass amounts of cargo, I might be more inclined to do that, but I want to be a pest, basically. I would like to try and pick off or try and scavenge some parts from some of those bases, wherever they are. There's a thing there, and there's another one over there. I think there was another one over there. I want to make something that I can take out the defences of a base, long range, and then come in and scoop up the remains. So I'm leaning more towards combat for this guy. Doesn't mean we can't make a transport one at the moment. I've been working very hard on a transport mech at the moment for my Alien Survival series, and I kind of want to break from cargo hauling mechs for the moment. When you're hoping to find some ore deposits of stuff you're in need of, having cargo. He'll definitely have some cargo storage on him, but I want this guy to be more focused on essentially raiding stations and stealing stuff, taking out defences long range, coming in, scavenging the leftovers. So he's going to have some cargo storage on him. That's why I put the docking connector on him. But yeah, in terms of ore hauling and things like that, I've got the Sphinx, my drilling rig. If I can get that easily out of the valley, he can do all of that kind of ore transporting stuff. This dude I want for raiding bases and being a bit of a nuisance. If you're having to take on some planetary encounter base, I agree, build more for combat. Yeah, it's kind of what I want to do, is see if I can make something that's relatively, potentially any use for a bit of ground combat. Right, so we got all of those legs set up. I also, between streams, had a little bit of a mess around to try and find a decent way of getting that cockpit mounted in such a way that I could reach it from the floor. So I think that works pretty consistently. So we're going to have to greeble in a way of getting that cockpit in that position. So what do we want to do? I want to do the walk cycle realistically. Yeah. We want to get the walk controls set up. I also moved one of these. I moved that center leg out a little bit because I thought that might help with the spacing between the front and back legs, but it's made it so it just narrowly misses hitting that wall. So I do really need to make a bigger warehouse at some point. Right, walk controls. I named everything up from last time. That's fine. We will need to pipe in some stuff at the back so we can get a tail or a pod on the back of him. Which means most likely I am going to need to be able to stand slightly closer, would be helpful. Bum 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 bum, where are my ramps? Because I haven't really got the room to get the skiff in here now. It is a bit cozy in here. Right, so that is eventually gonna have, most likely anyway, it's gonna have some kind of pod on the back or the tail weapon. Yeah. Oh, I forgot that. I mean, that picture. Those pictures are still up there. So we say in top one then, we want to go for Scorpion style mech. Sorry about that. I forgot those pictures were still there. Yeah. So tail pod can go about there. There's a Gatling under the chin and then something. Yeah, the HAW has got... where's that picture again? HAW has got a big cannon on its tail. It's then got a pair of Gatlings in its arms, but yeah, just under its chin it also has another weapon. From what I remember, that's more in line with the auto cannon that we've got in Space Engineers, I think. Or actually, was that meant to be a combat laser? Either way, it is another weapon that it has underneath its chin. Well spotted. Whereas the EP.25 has only got his arm weapons and his big main cannon, from what I remember. But yeah, I think we'll go with Scorpion tail. I have made replicas of both of those. In fact, I might have only published the the HAW. So I don't want to copy them one for one. I just want to use bits of them as inspiration. So, say tail pod is going about there. We will stick. We'll grab a little bit of energy first. That was a way better idea putting that there. Right, bit of energy, bit of food, get rid of that, doesn't need to be there. We will put a thruster or two. What's that once you described it, you could see it. At first you didn't even notice the Gatlings and the claws. General rule of thumb with Shiro Masamune's multi-pads in like Ghost in the Shell, if they have arms, they generally have guns inside those arms. Just something I've noticed. Oh, they're only dummy thrusters anyway for now. They can easily get moved about, so we'll have one of each of them. Grab a load of parts. Go, fantastic. Right, that is that. That is that. Oh, is that one of my modded thrusters that I've just built on there? I don't think I want my modded thrusters, I don't need that much power. Yeah, that blue glow, that's my modded thrusters. I'll just use the vanilla ones. Oh yeah, that's the vanilla ones. Yeah, I have my own set of modded fan thrusters that have the same power output as the full-size thrusters. And it's good for making flying mechs and things like that, but as a control switch for a mech like this, it's way too much power. I don't actually really need any forward thrust with this, I just need an on and off switch that I can use on my keyboard. And the thruster is the best option. What's that, Chad? So saying the mech is armed has a double meaning? Pretty much. Right, so what was I doing here? Thruster. Forward. Is what that can be for now. That can be thruster override. That can have a tiny bit of override. So we don't have to worry about the inertial dampening. Are you as high off the floor as you can go? Yes, you are. Oh well, your feet might catch on the floor. We'll see what happens. We can probably actually squeeze another block and lift him higher if necessary, but it might be okay. That was a crap jump. Let's try that again. Why am I even jumping? I built that cockpit in the right place to jump into there. Like so. Right, let's get spectator on, because the third person's no good, and first person is even less good in this situation. Right, so what do I need to do? I need a name for this stupid thing. Google time. Googling big white spiders. Big white spider. Bunker buster. It's an interesting idea. It's a bit generic, bunker buster. What have we got on Google? Big white spiders gives us flower crab. That's not very scary. White crab spider. White-tailed spider, Lampona, found in Australia. And just white variants of common garden spiders. Well, none of those names are interesting. That's a shame. No, that doesn't really look like the vibe I'm going for. Meh. What if... hang on, we were going with a scorpion tail, weren't we? Have we got any specific breeds of big white scorpions? Google immediately comes up with Uropygi. Uropygi is an arachnid order comprising invertebrates commonly known as whip scorpions. Okay, whip scorpion, we'll go with that. Because they're sort of false scorpions, aren't they? And this isn't really a proper scorpion. Black Widow would be more of an end boss. Not really. Black Widows aren't nearly as dangerous as people make them out to be, and they are absolutely teeny tiny, minuscule little spiders. They've got a daunting, cool sounding name, but they're not nearly as dangerous. I mean, they are still dangerous, but I wouldn't call a Black Widow an end boss. An end boss spider for me is like a Goliath bird-eating spider or something like that. Something that's huge and instills nightmares Bum, 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 bum. That is completely black though. Google, you're not being my friend today. And if I just type in White Scorpion, I get a J-pop band. Of course I do. Typical. Oh, they're all just named after various states in the US. Arizona Spider, California Lakebed, Desert Hairy. You know what? I'm calling it a Whip Scorpion. That's what we're doing. We're calling it a Whip Scorpion. It needs a name. It makes the programming easier. So, all of the stuff that I've just built on here is mostly walk-related stuff. What's that? Aphono Pelmer Chalcodies, tiny but aggressive, poison-abusing spider. Scorpions would do it for me. I think I am going with the Whip Scorpion, just because I've already got an idea for a tag for it. And it's kind of a false scorpion, this one. It's not really got 8 legs. I do like the sound of that, though. That's possibly an idea for another one. Because I like to try and name my spider mechs after some kind of arachnid type thing they look vaguely similar to. So we're going to call this one Whip Scorpion, so I'm going to call it WPS Whip Scorpion. That can be the tag for this one. It just needs to be something distinct and easy to spot in the controls, so we can use the lovely easy renaming mod and mod all of them, and I am now getting slammed in the face by debris. Obviously, once I've figured out what I'm doing, the weather comes in to ruin it all. So, all of those leg bits for this one, they all need that too. So, Whip Scorpion. Bum 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 bum. What else did we do? We put some thrusters on there, didn't we? Certainly did. I'm gonna have to go inside. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go inside. Right. I'll come back to this in a second when this bloody storm has ended. What we need in this game is doors, big hangar doors that open up more than just 2 blocks. Because I have yet to build anything realistically that well, I've built a few things that I can fit through gates and hangar doors, but most things that I've built are just that little bit too big to fit through most hangars or most gates in any sort of airtight configuration. Sandstorm. Okay. We'll wait for that to end. Oh yeah, I started making a note of all the relay signals, didn't I? Yes, I did. Where is the stalker, actually? You're not in your bay. Oh, don't say I've had another Mech wander off. I don't know, over there somewhere. You're in range somewhere. Where's the stalker gone? He's over there. Oh! Has the stalker gotten in the way? Oh, yeah. Of course, we're in each other's ways. There's modded versions of the hangar doors. You've seen someone has reached 5 blocks. I might have to have a look at that in a minute. Right, you are just being blocked by you, obviously. Of course, you have depowered and gotten in the way. You got enough power to move out the way? Everyone go back to what they were doing now. And you're going to walk into the baby gate. Then you should hopefully just stop. You know what? I'm going to force you to keep going. Keep turning. Keep turning. Oh, is everyone just doing the wrong thing now? Right, you go back to your routine. Ow. Right, has everyone gone back to normal again? Let's get back inside. What's that, Chad? It would be nice if there were more options in vanilla. Yeah, it would be. Just some slightly taller doors is all I ask for, really. And any kind of interesting new greebly parts. Let's get rid of that raw meat before I eat it by mistake. Let's get rid of those broken bits. Let's eat some of that. Hopefully the storm is going to end sometime soon. Cat herding. Yes, it's like trying to herd my actual cats when they're being a nuisance and getting in the way as well. Right, I'm just going to try and brave it and hopefully not die. Not get smacked in the head too much. Right, so I was naming all of those bits. There's also that stuff for the brake control. That also needed tagging. What's that? I suppose you'd always build an awning on hinges and when the debris storm let it fall down. Does that actually protect you? Just having something physically in the way on all sides? Or does it need to be a sealed environment to stop the debris? Because I've not tested that thoroughly, and I'm pretty sure I have still gotten damage all the way back here when it's been really bad. It seems to be... of course, it's all disappearing off now. Okay, storm's ended anyway. Right, so... brake controls, we've just named them. There was... foot rotors? No, they're just named leg rotors. Okay, cool. Right, so... I've got to rebuild some warp controls then. Let's go through this list. Yeah, because I was under the impression that it was more to do with being in a sealed environment versus being in direct, like, line of fire of the weather. Because I'm sure it's just the same mechanic, just with a different visual effect as like the acid rain, and I know the acid rain will still get me, even if I've got a roof over the top of me. Or maybe that's a bug, who knows? Who knows what's the intended behaviour and what's the bug in the programming. Right, so what do we need to do? Oh, I need to build walk lights before I get any programming on any walk cycles done. We need lights in here. Somewhere. Out there. Bum ba bum bum ba bum bum bum. Where should I put the lights? You know what? I am going to do. I might just put a light either side above the cockpit. Let's just connect that up for a second, just to be safe. Didn't mean to jump off. Oop. Close that so I've got something to stand on. That can come out of there. Bum, 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 bum. Where did I put those lights? There they are. That was not the colour I wanted. That's the colour I wanted. Right, so I'll have a pair of lights. Yeah, one either side of above the cockpit. WPS 01. Walk light L01. Let's bring that down as low as it'll go. Bring that intensity down. Doesn't need to be that bright. Doesn't need that much fall off. Copy all. That can go on there, and that can be. Ooh, put the button. And that can be that. Right, okay, cool. WPS walk light. Cool, right, so. What's that? You said you need walking lights and all. What is out there saying, am I a joke to you? I mean, he is kind of a joke. That is the point of his existence. Is someone suggested a walking lamppost, and I thought, yeah, go on then. He understands his assignment. Right, so walk lights. First thing we need to do. WPS, walk controls. So, the walk cycle controller, you are just going to have that walk light group switching on and off. And then we make a group for the walk cycle. And then the walk cycle controllers all get to be rotor, hinge, angle. There we go, you get to be 10, you get to be 100, you get to be 190, and you get to be 280. You all get to look at the walk cycle rotor. 1, that's 2, that's 3, that is 4. Lampbot's primary function isn't even making light, it's using energy. Pretty much. Yeah, he just burns through energy, basically. And then when he runs out, he just sits there and recharges until his batteries fill up enough for him to get going again. I will get around to rebuilding the moth at some point. So he can recharge properly again, because I miss the meme combination of the lamp and the moth. I need to rebuild the moth. But we're going to do this for the minute. Cycle. WPS. Oop, hang on. So So that will trigger that. That will trigger that. That will also trigger the walk cycle, and that will trigger the walk cycle as well. And we'll come back to that stuff in a bit. So, next thing we need to do. We need to make groups for legs and things. So, WPS legs. Rotors. So I need the front left, the mid right, and the rear left leg. No, I do not. I need just the front left and the rear left for the moment. So leg rotor, front and rear left. The L01. Mid right. Can be L02. I know it sounds confusing, but that's the way I do it, so it makes sense to me. And then we got front right and rear right. That's another group. And mid left. We are 02. We got that group, we got that group, we got that group, we got that group. Wonderful. Okay, right, leg, hinge. So for that we can do all three. So front left, mid right, rear left. In fact, let's grab group name. Front left, mid right, rear left. That gets to be leg hinges, L01. Front, right, mid, left, rear, right. Gets to be R01. What else do we need to do? Well, I should do it for now. So walk, WPS, walk forward controller. That is going to be set to block on and off. Walk light. Have I seen EC's new video on SC2.2, like the sub-bridge shenanigans? Yeah, so I was watching Engineered Coffee's video earlier. Yeah. It's good. He pretty much covered the same things I did. He just got a little bit more in depth with it. But yeah, it's yeah, the mechanical blocks in SE2 are still quite basic, but they are pretty much about the same state that mechanical blocks in SE1 were first like when they first turned up. So it is early days for the mechanical stuff in Space Engineers 2 at the moment, but there is plenty of room and for improvement and plenty of time. Because remember, Space Engineers 2 is still technically not even a beta game really. It's still got a great big alpha tag in the top corner when you're playing it. It's still a demo of a game. So don't treat it like it's a full release yet. I don't expect it to be all working exactly as intended when it first launches. Because I'd prefer that the mechanical blocks were a little bit more functional than they are in SE2, but they are still a good foundation. And they're functional enough to do some stuff with. I have been tinkering around with a few bits, which we'll get to see more of when it releases properly tomorrow. What was that? Chad, you was pleased to see him incorporate the iris door in that preview. Quite the awesome visual sight. Watching it open and close. Yeah. Yeah, he mentioned to us that he was going to do the iris door, and I was interested to see how he was going to get around the lack of rotor limits, and yeah, what he came up with looked pretty cool. It all looked fairly symmetrical, all just off by a tiny bit because we can't quite get those perfect angles yet with no limits. Player 1, absolutely, they'll need much time introducing all the functions. Yeah, I mean, this is why I imagine the hinges aren't in SE2 yet, because in SE1, hinges are essentially just restricted rotors, the way the mechanics work. So, I'm guessing they need to get the rotors working properly before they can get the hinges working properly. But they'll get there eventually. I'm hoping they add some kind of share inertia tensor type thing to SE2. Because subgrid chains are still a bit wonky with it at the moment. Right, what am I doing? I'm messing around with this nonsense now. Trying to set up a walk cycle whilst chatting. The two are difficult to do. So, leg, rotor. That one. So we want to set. We set them both to -5. Oh, we do 10. I've got. Oh, that'll be fast enough to smash into the docking connector. That'll be the problem there. Oop. I didn't mean to change the lower limit. That was the wrong one. Ah. Fuck. Oh, what are you doing now? Whoa! What is that rotor doing? Press wrong button, and then a rotor starts doing weird stuff. What are you doing? Why are you at that angle? No, it's not the time, spiders. Oh, right. That's why. That wants to be 60. Wants to be 10. Right, okay. Come on then. Where are you? There you are. Ugh. Right. Get down. Busy trying to build a robot. Right, so back to what we were doing. WPS, leg rotors. I want... That's leg hinges. We'll go with 8 RPM for now. So I want it to be able to dock up to a station, and problem is, if you go more than about 6 meters a second, blocks just start exploding. And it's really difficult to protect them from each other, even at low speeds. We'll go with that. So on, we need -8. Off, we need +8. Right. Walk, cycle, left, on, off, walk light. WPS, leg, rotor, set velocity, -8, and 8. Right, there we go. On, off, on, off. Cool. Oh, hang on. I've also forgotten the other side. So, leg rotor L02. That's what I want. That's the opposite side, so it'll be the opposite way around. So that'll be 8, and that'll be -8. So flip that on. That's 3 legs moving. Fantastic. Right, next one. Leg hinges. But what speed they need to move at, really. We'll experiment. So that should be, I'll call it 5. So -5 and +5. Yeah, 5 seems okay. No, then again, we do need to time stuff, don't we? Let's move the spectator camera a little bit. So, the next thing we need to do is walk return. So, walk return forward left. We'll be looking at the angle of leg hinges, front left, mid right, and rear left. And when they get to the desired angle, they are going to get set back to 5 RPM, I think. So, what do I set them to? They're currently at -40, so if I do less than -39, so just 1 before their limit. That should, there we go, drop them down again. Yeah, that seems okay. About the right kind of speed. Oh, hello, Creator Capital. How are you doing? Yeah, actually, the trick is you want the foot to land about the same time that the leg moves all the way forward. I think that's just a little bit before. So we might slow that down a little bit in the walk controller. So if we do set velocity to 4 and 5. Have it lift slightly slower than it drops back down. We'll try that. There we go. That looks a bit better, I think. Cool, that's one half. Why has that front right leg... Oh, more spiders. Again. I'm out of it. Pains in the ass. I'm trying to build robot spiders. Nope. Guessing those guns have run out of ammunition again. And the stalker is being useful as ever. Thank you for not detecting that spider AI. Awesome. Useless. Oh, no, he should have ammo. Whatever. Why have you moved out of position? We'll fix that later. Oh, Ledner, how are you doing? Got to pay your ammo tax for robot building? Yeah. Set up the robots to pay the ammo tax for me. But, yeah, that's run out of ammunition. Have we got any of that knocking about? Oh, we got loads of it. There we go. I'll put another 10 of each. There you go. I have some bullets. You have some bullets as well. Right, so... I keep doing that. There's no point doing that, because I can just do that. Yeah, that lands a little bit better like that, I think. Cool, okay, let's do the other side. So, walk. WPS. Right hand side, block switched on and off. Walk light is set up. Wonderful. Left hand side is -8 and 8, so right hand side will be 8 and -8. R0. So set velocity 8. Set velocity -8. The next one, the other rotor, other side. Opposite way, so -8 and 8. Leg hinge R0 will be -4, and then 5 as a failsafe, and then the return one for that will also be angle less than -39, WPS, front right, mid left, rear right hinges, add them in, WPS, hinge, right hand side, set velocity 5 RPM. There we go, that's the right hand side. That's the left hand side and the right hand side together. If I trigger both lights at the same time, nothing's smashing into each other, is it? No, that looks okay from that angle. Then that looks okay from that angle. Cool. So, I've already got a walk cycle thing there. So, walk cycle we get that. So I've set those lights up already to be alternated. Yeah, I've already set the lights up. And then that timer, just triggering that, flicks both those lights on and off, so that does that correctly. Cool. Cycle rotor. Turn that off. Give it some RPM. Unlimited, unlimited, that's fine, that's all fine. You're gonna need a group for the programming in a minute. Cycle rotor, on and off. Switch that on. That spinning automates the whole thing. Cool. And then I can tweak that a bit. That's too fast. It's 13, like. Yes, 13 seems to be a nice loop at that speed. Cool, so now I can turn that rotor on and off. And it does the walk cycle on and off. Create capital. What am I building? You could be robot assistants this time, like builder helpers. Builder helper robots are a little bit tricky to build, ironically. Not things that I can automate. Drones are not great at welding with vanilla programming, mostly because of how the AI blocks interact. But what I am building is a big spider tank type thing. Where's OBS gone? So I've been using some of these as a little bit of build inspiration. The top one, they're both from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. The top one's the HAW206 Scorpion tank, and the one underneath it is the EW205 spider tank. Well, multi-pad tank, it's only got 4 legs. But it's loosely based on spider. So yeah, building speed up and down in toolbar. Increasing the speed of that rotor doesn't smoothly decrease the speed of the overall walk cycle, it just decreases the time between steps. To make a properly speeding up and down walk cycle, I'd need to get a bit more complex. I'd need to be able to change the values in this event controller on the fly. There probably is a way of doing it. For now I just want to get the basic walk cycle set up. So turning that on and off now does the things it wants to do. So the next step is our walk start and reset timers. There's the stalker, you're out and about. So you've got start and reset timers. Let's just double check what we're doing here. Oh yeah. Doing that stuff with lights. Don't know why I haven't used groups for them there. It's a bit daft, but whatever. Fix that in post. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, actually, there's stuff I need to do first. Through timers, low speed, then mid speeds, and high speeds. Yeah, the top. I'd either have to build 3 separate walk cycles, or I'd have to build 3 different sets of timers, so I might end up needing 6 timers to get variable speeds. Yeah, I'd have to build a whole bunch of timers. That is an idea I will come back to. Yeah, I would like to try and make a variable speed kind of thing. That'll take a little bit of thinking though, so let's get the basics sorted out first. So, walk, reset. Oh, hey, how you doing, man? So, walk, lights, WPS, walk. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing, that's why, idiot. Yeah, so walk lights, and then walk all the walk control stuff off, and then reset all the things that move. Alright, that's easy enough. Walk controls, so walk, reset, walk, lights, WPS, so we're not picking up other things. Flick that on, flick that off, that makes sure that stuff is off. Then we need groups for other things, like walk, cycle, controllers. We'll have a group for them, we will have a group for, we've already got a group for that, haven't we? And we've got one for the rotor, that's fine. WPS, walk, cycle, controllers can go off, walk, cycle, timer can stop, and it can go off, and that can turn off, and that's all one big lovely failsafe. Then I need some groups to move all the legs into the right position. Oh, hey EC, how are you doing, man? Oh, hey Space Ace, how you doing, man? Set cycles and then add them in 3 more to be the way I'm thinking. I have actually got an idea for how I could do variable speeds on a mech. Just involves a whole bunch of timers turning on and off at the right time. So next thing we need to do is we need a reset group for the legs. So the front left, the mid, hang on, WPS leg rotors, that'll make it a little bit easier. So front left, front left, mid right and rear right. Hang on, front left, mid right, rear right. Will be reset L01, front right, mid left, rear left. Will be reset L01. No, R01. Just done L01. Reset walk. So once we've done that, WPS -8, wasn't it, to make that go forwards? Yeah, so that will be set velocity -8, that will be set velocity 8. Leg hinges will be 5, and that will be 5. So when I trigger that, it puts all the legs back into that position. Cool. Right, walk start. So that's going to be a little bit different. I need more groups. Because if I use groups, I can move the blocks around and then rename the blocks with the old group names, and they all get plugged back in where they're supposed to be. Right, so I've got those. Orc start WPS. WPS. Walk light. L01 on and off. R01. Off and on. Yeah, R01 on and off. There we go. And then walk cycle controllers can come on. Walk cycle timer can come on. And we leave that at that. I think. Where's the stalker? He's still out and about somewhere. What's his timer saying? Oh yeah, we need to set up that as well, don't we? Yeah, that was all we needed for that. Cool, so other things that we need. Suspension. I need to go to the right bloody thing. I've not put the tag on the suspension, have I? No, I haven't. WPS-01 prefix suspension. That's all of them. Right, so to help it move around. What's that? Engineered coffee. My monorail is much more cost efficient. It's probably more of a pain in the arse to set up though. I haven't done any train stuff in ages. All I know is that using those half beam blocks was quite a good idea. It's like railway tracks. Seem to work quite well. Okay, yeah, right, so suspension, WPS. So, to help with traction and things like that, I find it helps to angle the wheels on the suspension blocks. And if you angle them so they're pointing in at the front, it can be quite handy. But, obviously, wheels on subgrids all behave like they're on the same side. So, the right hand side, we have to invert the steering. So it turns the other way. Yeah, that's the one. Why do I keep going that way? Force of habit. Right, so that's suspension. I've got a group for that now. Do I want to put it in there, actually? I could just put it in the walk control, which would make more sense. Yeah, I'll do it that way, it makes more sense. I don't know why I've done it that way on the stalker, I need to change that. Right, so, walk controls. Now I can do... Yeah, I think that's everything I need for that. Yeah, so I should be able to just do the walk controls now. So that is going to be not stall power, that's going to be thrust. Call it greater than 5%. WPS, thruster forward. When that thruster fires... oh yeah, need more groups. We need a group for the reverse control. And we need a group for walk controls. For the forward walk controls. So that one and that one. Yeah, that'll be fine there. Should be. Do I want one for the return controls? fact, I might only actually need one set of return controls, so I might leave that for now. We'll just do it like this for the moment. So, first things first, we will turn that group off and on as a fail-safe so that it doesn't interfere with this group turning on and off. And I think that was it. Stalker, what are you doing? Forward control. Yours is going to be slightly different because you're mostly an AI controlled thing. So that's a gap where I was going to do reverse controls and didn't. Walk forward stuff on and off. Walk lights, cycle rotor, brake lights. Oh yeah, I need to set up a braking system. Yeah, so forward controls. Yeah, that's fine. We won't turn off the return controllers on this one. I don't think we'll need to do it. So walk forward. So turn that off. Turn that on. Walk recycle rotor. That's the right one. That can go on. Oh, actually, we'll do that in a second. Need groups for these two. Walk control forward. Right. Walk cycle start. Walk cycle reset. Walk cycle rotor on and off. Walk cycle lights can get a colour change. So we can tell I've pressed the button. Cool. And then WPS suspension. That can get set to 100 and that can get reset. So, hopefully, if I pressed all the right things, and I hit the forward key on my keyboard, that all kicks into gear, all the legs start moving, and all the suspensions move into the right position. And if I let go, everything resets, and all the wheels center themselves again. Cool. Right, those leg rotors definitely need a little bit more torque. Let's call it 2 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros makes 2 million. Oh yeah, that looks and feels a lot more sturdy. Cool. Right. Forward controls. Hello, Akane Empire. How are you doing, man? Right, cool. That is forward controls. We will set up the reverse controls as well. And that's pretty much going to be exactly the same as the reverse, except one of the lights will be the one of the things will be the other way around. So, reverse control. Right. So forward control on there is 8 and minus 8, minus 8 and 8, so it'll be the other way around. The new week is upon us, otherwise Peachy, I see Spider Mech is coming along nicely. Yeah, he's getting there, man. He's getting there. We've got the forward walk cycle up and running now. Reverse walk cycle won't take too long. So, what was that? Forward is minus 8 and positive 8, so reverse left will be the other way around. That's going to be block switched on and off. Walk light, 0, 1. Block switched on and off. Walk light, 0, 1. There we go. WPS, leg, rotor, L0. So we're going to do this one going the other way around. So 8 and minus 8. Then minus 8 and 8, and then leg hinge should be the same, because I can reverse one or the other, doesn't really matter. One of them has to go the other way around for the reverse controls, so I may as well make the legs go the hip rotors go the other way around. So that will again hopefully be minus 4, and then 5 as the failsafe when it goes the other way, in case the return rotor doesn't, the return controller doesn't work for some reason. Yeah. It's too much of a pain in the ass to test that properly right now. I'll just do the whole thing and it should just work, hopefully. What's that? That one is the wrong thing. That's the one. Minus 8. Oh yeah. Right. WPS, leg, rot, R0. Set velocity, minus 8. Set velocity 8. Set velocity 8. Minus 8. Leg hinge, R0. Minus 4. And 5. And that should hopefully be the correct way. That's all off anyway, that's fine. That's that's on and on. Oh, actually I should be able to test that without any issues. Yeah, there we go. So that lifts up in the opposite direction and pushes in the opposite direction. That's the right hand side. Cool, right, they work. WPS. Walk, cycle. I can probably actually bin them off and not actually use them. I only really need the one return set up and I actually don't need to switch them off. So we might just call that spare for now on. There'll probably be some use for it later on. Right, so reverse control. Not altitude. Thrust. Output. Greater than 5%. Forward controller. Oh yeah. I need to make a group for that controller, I think. Yep. Walk. Hang on. WPS. Forward. Control. Off and on. WPS reverse. I need to make a group for these two. WPS, reverse. Yeah, that's the right ones. On and off. Walk cycle start. Walk cycle reset. Walk cycle rotor on and off. Walk cycle. Get away. Walk cycle lights. We'll have that go orange and cyan. I'm sure I messed up the colour change on this one. Certainly did. That's supposed to be cyan when it's neutral. And then the last thing is those suspension blocks. We can set them to steer the other direction when we're going backwards. And of course, we actually need a reverse thruster to go backwards, which I completely forgot about. We will just slap one on here for now. Of course, I need metal grids. I'm good for power. Give me a metal grid, please. Alright, what are we on? 1 hour, 24 minutes. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, completely forgot about the reverse thruster for reverse walking. There we go, that should be what we need now. Thruster. There it is. Let's grab that name, put it on that. Thruster, reverse. Make a group for you as well. I'll need it later on. Walk, WPS, reverse, control, reverse, thruster. Oh, I put the forward thruster on it like an idiot. How is that ever going to help? That's the wrong button. There we go. We now have reverse walk cycle when we hit the reverse thruster. And forward cycle when we hit the forward thruster. And it all resets when I let go of buttons, and it all gets set up when I push the button. Cool, okay. That seems to work quite well. Right, so next thing on the agenda. Let's go that way. You've run out of power again, haven't you? Yeah, whatever. What's that? Sometimes me describing the walking prep sounds like a secret code from 90s, 2000s, reverse, side thrust, reverse. Yeah, secret Mortal Kombat codes or something like that. Why have you just stopped over here like a divvy? What are you up to? You've got power. Is it just the angle and that waypoint? Something to do with your walk cycle. Bug fixing. I'll fix all the bugs eventually. Nothing's quite perfect. Right, back to this guy. We'll figure out how to get you charged back up properly later. Right, so we've got some basic walk controls. That can move forwards, and that can move backwards. Nothing seems to be clanging. We fix bugs with bullets around here, do you? Well, there's some bugs that need fixing with bullets. There's others that need fixing with lots of thinking. Oh. It's my food bar that needs the boost. Right, so... that's the basics of leg movement in there. Right, I need to have a quick little bio break, so I'll be back in a second. And I will have a think about what I'm going to do next. There's lots of things I need to get in there, really. Arms, tail, conveyor system, gyros for controlling stuff. There's a whole bunch of things to think about, so I'll come back to that in a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere, back in a second. Okay, we are back again. Sorry about that. I had to wait for the kettle to boil. Ah, there we go, that's better. Right, where were we up to? So, I think I need to work out a bit more of this guy's general shape and what we're going to do about that, so I can work out where I'm going to put arms and things. So if we are going with copying this sort of idea, I have actually built that robot multiple times before. So somewhere I have got a screenshot or two of various iterations of that mech. We can use that as a rough guide for doing that one. Oh, for doing this one rather. That's not too bad. Have I got a slightly more recent one than that? Or I do somewhere. Yeah, that's all Metal Gear stuff. My character doing weird wibbly things as he moves around on those subgrids. Stop it, that's really annoying. Yeah, Ah, that might be the most recent one actually. Yeah, I think that's the most recent one I am gonna get. Okay, cool. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, immediately that is a bit skinnier than what we've built here. What I have built here is... Let's call that the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 across. Bum 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 bum. Oh, actually. Yeah, okay. Right. Gonna try an idea. See what it does. So. That's gonna be the front of the mech. So his arms are either going to end up getting mounted up there somewhere, or I bring the whole thing, its whole face forwards and mount the arms in here somewhere, but you might not have a lot of room to move with those legs there. What should we do? What should we do? Oh, we could do something stupid actually. Should we give it a moving face? Should we build it a head that has a bit of articulation to it? And then I could potentially build some pedipal style arm guns dangling off the front of the face. Or is that too many subgrids with all of the stuff that's going to go into the tail? Actually, a moving face on this might be a bit much. Yeah, but then again, it might not be enough. It might be just the right amount of stupid. It'd help if I wasn't building the wrong bloody shape of block anyway. I don't know, they are just regular light armor blocks. Face. You know what, yeah, I think a moving face might be a bit too much. Too many subgrids and it all starts to get a bit weird. and start doing janky stuff. So I might just extend the face forwards a bit and then potentially mount some arms up there somewhere. Because I'm expecting most of the fire that the guns are gonna, those Gatling guns, the Gatling arms rather, are gonna have to do will be from drones released from bases, so that's the main concern for them, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. What shape have I used there? I've used... Oh, right, yeah. So I'm guessing on something like that. I have that and that either side there. And that. And that either side. There. That and that. And that and that. Always hard to tell when you're just looking at the box frame. I'll have to weld some of this up to see what it's like. And I need more steel plate. Obviously. Oop. There is no W in steel. There we go, that'll do. Oop. Ditch that. Yeah, that's somewhat like it. I might have to make that. Yeah, I want it to come back another layer actually, so that needs to be another block skinnier. Anyway. So that can all come out. I'll do one side at a time, it should be fine. So what we're going to do? We're going to do... What was it? It was that. 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 Did that the right way around eventually. And then something like that. That is now actually much skinnier. Oh, hang on. Oh, right. I get it. I think I've used the wrong blocks in the wrong place. I think. Well, actually, there's a good way to test. I can compare it to the screenshot I've got here. I put that there, and I put over there. It's still hard to tell. Yeah, I think I might have done slightly the wrong blocks. Let's put... Ooh. Ah, damn it. Definitely put the wrong blocks there that time. Next thing that actually wants to be... Ooh. Damn it. Yeah, I think that actually wants to be like that. Actually, if I take those out, on my original design there's a light there, a light there. That is the centre, isn't it? And that is like that. I think I had it wrong in both ways, actually. Yeah, I think that and that wants to come out of there. Oh yeah, but then that will have issues meeting up with there, won't it? Yeah. Okay. Stop doing that. Right, we will figure out a shape for the face of this thing in a second. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start from there. And I'm just going to do it like this. Oop, falling off. Right, I'm going to have to go and get the skiff and see if I can get that in to some more usable angles. Hello, skiff. There we go, that should make life a little bit easier. We're just about reached that, thank you. Right, so now that we're up here, transition back to that. Right, what angle is that then? No, I might have gotten the wrong thing altogether on that side. Or have I? Oh no, that should be correct actually. 1, 2, 3 of them are a bit skinnier than the other design. Well, that's fine. Damn it. Ah, I need to jump down there. Let's climb back up there for a second. There we go, that's what I wanted to do. Ah! God. Fucking hell. Right, try that again. I need to just get... Ooh. Just need to get over here a little bit for a minute. There we go. So I need to put one of them in there, that in there. This doesn't seem like I'm building the right shape. I think I have gotten something the wrong way round. I think they are supposed to be the other way. I think I'm supposed to be building this out of these pieces. Yeah, I think I've got the angles the wrong way round. Let's try it that way instead, because it doesn't look like it's quite making sense the more I build it. Eventually, that there. That's there. Oh, where's my ladder? There it is. And I think that wants to be like that. That wants to be like that. It is very difficult to tell on the angle of that picture, but I think that's right, because that would make more. That would make more sense going up back end, going up towards the top. I think. Because they both produce that shape on the front. that angle there is a little bit different to what I'm seeing in front of me as well. What configuration have I actually built that in? Help if I hadn't built the design I'm looking at in the plain armor skin. Do you think that design is close to that? That's what I'm looking at on my other screen. So then if I build, where is it? Not that one. I put that and that there. That's still not producing the right shape. What have I done those blocks with? I get it. I'm looking at the shape from the wrong place. Yeah, it would actually be that way. Right. Ooh, more debris again. Right, okay, I have kind of figured out what I was doing. And what shape I want to go with. Yeah, so I need to move that a block back and a block to the side. Okay. Bloody Deborah. Get some health and some energy and we'll just brave the storm. Where's, oh Chad, where's survival mirror mode when you really need it? Yeah. Well, it's going to be a thing in Space Engineers too, from what I've seen, so that's good news. Right, so I need to move that out a block. Is what I want to do. That one. That one there. And that one there. Yeah, Deborah, whatever. 3 of them across there. That can go there. That can come out. That can go there. I need to drill the rest of them out. Grind them out, rather. How long we can withstand the storm. Right, that can go. What was the next block? That needs a cube underneath it and a cube below it. Oh, I cannot reach that from there, obviously. Oh, it's because there's still a block in the way. There we go. Right, I think I'm back on track again. I just need to carefully remove a few blocks. Ow. Great, that's a connection point, so I don't accidentally chop anything off. Grab some more health. Oh, hey, Alchemil, over on Twitch. How you doing, man? Right, cat. Either sit on my lap or don't, but not on the back of the chair. It's really annoying. Storm subsiding yet? Apparently not. Right, let's try and weld these up so I can see everything a little bit better. Oh yeah, that needs all of them in the gap. We'll weld that up. Oh, don't want to grind that out yet. Don't grind that one. Just, right. Working on subgrids is never easy. There we go. That's where I want to be. Right, so I want to get rid of all of this. I want to move that forward a block. There we go. Oop, don't you run away. Thank you. Thank you. Right, what else needs to come out? That one. There. Can't reach that last one. Not quite yet. So that and that also want to go in there. And I just need to get up that other side. Oh, that's Deborah smacking me in the face. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of that. What else does we need to do over here? We need to build that up a little bit. Don't fall off yet, please. I think I need to put another one of them either side. That looks about right. Then that needs one. Oop, not one of them. One more of them. That flattens off in there. That does something like that. Yeah, and that's starting to line up with the side of the mech. Okay, right. I think I'm onto something now with the shape. I think I know what I'm doing again. Alright, let's get all the front of that welded back up again. Oh, come on. There we go. Just about welded up. Right, so here, what did we need? Here we needed one of them and one of them, one of them, one of them. That needs more of that. That does not need that way. Needs it that way, thank you. Then that'll be something like that. Right, okay. Right, I want to make a few adaptations. Are you back on the back of my chair again? Would you rather just sit on my lap, cat? Oi. Come here. Would you rather just get into the dressing gown? Yes, of course you would. There you go. Sorry about that. I had a cat trying to sit on my neck rather than just get inside the dressing gown like she normally does. Right, okay. I'm liking that shape, but I want to make a little adjustment here, because that is an even block angle, and that is going to be no good. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that layer back out. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a row there. And then we'll do that. Of course, I just hurt myself doing that. And I'm about to run out of energy. Let's recharge there for a second. It's still on 86% battery, that's fine. Right, we recharged again. Good. So then that, and then that. Again, and then that again. That way, I might be able to squeeze the shoulder of a small rotor in the side of there for the arms. So let's do the same thing on the other side. What are we on? Just past 2 hours, that's fine. I've already had my bio break and got my cup of tea. I'm all good. Right, that can come out, that can come out, that can come out. Yeah, that one. And that one, and that one. Well, if anything, that might have chopped out by mistake. No worries, Space. Space Ace, so this is relaxing. That's what this stream's all about, really, is just chilling out and solving some self-imposed problems, like how to build a stupid robot. Right, that can go there, that can go there, that can go there, that can go there, and that is the new top of his face. That wants to, let's weld some of this up so I can see it a bit better. Yeah, well, that side up from over there. Right, so that needs another cube, and then it needs another one of them. And that needs 2 more cubes. Yeah, and that is the top edge of that corner. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I can go with that. What do we want to do here? Let's put another block in there to connect that. Let's get rid of them, because they... Stop doing that. They don't need to be there. That... Does that block need to be there? No. Right, that's connected, that's fine by me. Weld them up for a bit of extra security. Weld that up. Cool, so then that wants to let me over there, thank you. Oh, another storm, marvellous. Right, so that is going to be, yeah, about the shape of the front of his head. I'm happy with that. And then we'll taper it all back and we'll build it all up from there. And then under here, what can we do with under here? We greeble. For a start, we can greeble a different colour and a different texture on his belly. Is what I want. What texture do I want? I might go with the plastic armour and a darker colour. And I will fill the rest of that in later, because that shape is all subject to change. Thank you, Deborah. So, we might go with something. Stop it, Deborah. Yeah, I might go with something like that, and that doesn't quite meet the chin, so that gives it like a little bit of an inset to it. And then I'll fill that in with other blocks after I've gone and got some more health. Ah, god damn. What's that? Space Age, you need to say it's the difference between donkey and a horse. Is a donkey can carry a loud, even heavy, halfway, hard labour work versus the horse. But I'm sorry, I don't get the rest of that message. But too dumb to see there being Jip. There are a few spelling mistakes in that last sentence. Oh, I keep forgetting I've got a medical station here. I can grab health the fast way. Which begs the question, do I actually need the survival kit there anymore? And is there something better I could replace it with? Oh, Tiny Cat is off again. While we wait for that storm, I don't really actually need the survival kit now that I've got the medical station. We could... While we wait for the storm, we could put another food processor in there, I suppose. We have got one in the farm. I've already got a cargo terminal here. And then again, it's not like I actually really need a food processor in here, because it's easily accessible through that. What can I replace that with that's functional? Then again, it doesn't, I suppose it doesn't need to be functional. It'd just be something interesting looking. Don't want to just replace it with a section of wall, that's boring. What have we got? I've already got an entertainment system. I've already got a bookshelf. I've got both sides of the kitchen. I've got my bed there. Are there any other inset blocks? I mean, I don't suppose I've got a toilet in here. Not that I really actually realistically need one. Although I could, I suppose, build a bathroom. I don't have a bathroom. Nothing in the survival kit, is there? No. That connects through that. Oh, hang on, is that conveyor connection is going through that survival kit, though? Damn. We will... I just have to move that, I suppose. Yeah, because I'd like to build myself a little bathroom. Let's join them just in case. Usually it's fine doing this anyway. Oh, don't need to grind that out. That can stay as it is. That can come out. That can come out. We will... Ow. Thank you. We will swap that for that. We will swap that for a T-section. That for one of them. Ow. Typical. Not going to be able to get the parts out of that because I've cut it off from the conveyors. Oh dear, that needed covering as well, didn't it? Just put one of those manhole covers on it. Awesome, right, can't see the horrible conveyor connection anymore. How am I missing an interior plate? There we go, that's that. Right, so let's put... Oh, we've had the storms almost finished anyway. Let's pop that back in there. Let's grind you out of there. Let's grab that colour. We can have a bathroom there. We can have a shower unit there. I can get in like so. That's all good. And I could have. In theory, a lab door next to it. Some girders, please. Thank you. Right, let's build some of those bits, and it looks like the storm has finally ended as well. Right, there is a toilet. I wish these were actual lights rather than just really weak emissives. That needs tubes. That needs bits. That's the tubes. And that's the bits. Cool. We've got a shower and a bathroom. I can sit on the toilet, and that's about it. I also wish there was a door on this. Anyway, that'll do that for now. Let's get back to the mech. Right, so your face. We were doing more work on your face. That can go there. That can go there. Architectural bloody controls. That can go there. Then that will have not that there. Oh yeah, that will then just probably turn back into them, and then I need to move that thruster to somewhere that's not going to blow that up. Or, in fact, I could have just left that gap there and have that as a little channel to tuck the thruster into. Yeah, I should have done that really. Yeah, I should have done that really. Oh, you know what I could do? What I could do is, where are the round blocks? Rounded blocks, there you are. Let's pop. Interior plate. Interior plate. Nope. That made 5. I've not run out of iron again, have I? No, I've got 17,000. Ah, with the other 45 which has gone over there. Fair enough. Yeah, pop that there. Chop that out. And then... Where is it? That's not what I want. Then... stick one of those thrusters on the end. I am going to have to rename and reprogram that, but let's be honest, I'm going to have to do that with most of these thrusters, I think, as I figure out the greebling bit by bit, but we'll set that up and just remember to reprogram that later. Moments like these where the skiff isn't really much use. Oop, that's me smacking the microphone. Oh, what's that? Is there a conversation about keyboards going on in the chat? That reminds me, I need to get a new keyboard myself. Loads of the buttons are starting to go. My space bar is a bit knackered at the moment and is slowly dying. Right, so that is the underside of that for the moment. So that's come up as high as I want that to come up. Then I want that to taper back a bit. Although 3 is not very wide at all. Oh, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on, something's not right there. That can't be that angle. Was that a spider come to harass me again? Yeah, that can't actually be that angle because that's going to join that and that's not going to join in the right place. So, more remodeling then. Yeah, because that wants to be there. That wants to be there so that I can get that in there. Yeah. The perils of doing this in survival mode. When I also having some issues with my mouse. Yes, the middle mouse button is starting to die because all the games I play insist on using it for various things. Right, so that would actually want to be that. Can I get you? And a bit more of a optimal angle. I'm getting perplexed by this now. I'm not sure with what angle any of this is supposed to be. Yeah, because that needs to be like that for those to marry up properly. Otherwise, I'm building out the awkward shape, and that'll do weird things. Yeah, because that'll end up with completely the wrong angle there. So yeah, I've definitely screwed that up somehow. This angle, can't be anything other than the 2x1 tips. Maybe get across there. Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna have to climb back up again. Do. So that has to be that angle. They all marry up nicely. Now, I thought it was that, but that doesn't make sense down there. Kind of looks like it makes sense that way, but it is really hard to tell sometimes from just a photograph, or a screenshot rather. That can't be that, because that would be entirely the wrong angle. That only makes sense being that way round if that is that shape instead. Give me a second. H-A-W. That most recent one. Mark 8. Oh, cannot because of the thing. Oh, it probably wouldn't let me even if I did put creative mode on for a second. Just so I can have a look at that blueprint. H-A-W. Will you even let me look at it? No, because it's got too many outdated mods, and you won't even spawn the image of it. Fine. Can we get away from that? You're not gonna let me spawn that at all? No. Fine. Whatever. Okay, It must be. It must be that shape. Yeah, save that. That joins there like that. That joins there like that. That goes there, that goes there. On the build I've got in front of me, I see. I think. That's a spotlight. That's a spotlight. Ow. Do. I will work this shape out eventually. Thought I had it, but... Actually, maybe we just adjust the top and give it like a sort of tiered effect in the armour, a little bit of an overhang. So that would be like that, that would be like that, that would join up there. That would then come out. That would be that armour block. That would be that armour block, and that would just be a cube again. And then that run all the way up the back, like so. I think. Yeah, because that would want to actually, yeah, that would want to come back further, wouldn't it? So that would be what? That and that. That and that. Yeah, I still don't think this is the actual shape from the image I'm working off, but it is good enough for me for now. And then that layer starts to get in line with that body shape there, so that's fine. So that bit overhanging there, let's try and get in there. Do something like that for the moment. What else do we need up there? We need to get one of them and one of them up there. Yeah, I'll need to do the other side as well. Oh, there we go. Falling through the gap. How far does that go back? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, still not convinced that's exactly the right shape. Right, we need to adjust just about everything over here. That's coming out, that's coming out, that's coming out, that's coming out. What do? We added another block to that because that's going another block up. Then we moved that up to there. Yeah, I think. That's coming out of there. That can go in there, and that can go in there. Nope. Bang it into that leg. Yeah. Not quite enough room in here for the skiff. Right, so then that's coming out of that. That's going into there. That was getting welded up. Then we use the 2x1s on the side to bring the edge out a little bit. Cool. Do 2x1s on the side, bring that out a little bit. Then some more of them. More of them. Get back up here. Yes, I can. Where's that gone? There it is. I think that's correct. Yeah, look right from down here. Sweet. It's the sound of meteors in the background. Good, right, so we then need to build that and that. Some pointy bits, that bit, and where is it? That bit. Right, that needs to come out that far. Another tip up there. Nope. Falling down the leg. Oh, I'm getting burnt by thrusters there. Oh no, that's not being burnt by thrusters, that's me starving to death. There we go, that's fine. Need to turn the HUD warnings back on. Turn them off because the suit lady was getting annoying, but she's actually pretty useful, it turns out. Right, that can go there, that can go there. Damn. Right, that's starting to look about right. Let's try and get skiff round a bit. Right, where are we? How far do we want this to come back? I think I want this side to come back until it makes a point, like about there, I think. actually might be a good place to build some kind of arm in that gap. That looks like it works out quite nicely. Yeah, I'll bring that back until it gets to that edge. So we say, theoretically for now, that is the top of the mech. That's the roof. Call that the roof. That's plenty of space above the cockpit. Oop. Yeah, that's plenty of room. Okay, I like that. Let's do. Get the right angle. Do some more of that. Do some more of that. I'll just move the skiff around actually. Aha. Well, that's a bit in a stupid place, but I managed to get in it. Yep, thought so. Yeah, right, so build this edge, or this side back up. That wants to go there, that wants to go there, and then that wants one more block on the end to get that edge to a nice point. There we go. Oh, didn't mean to jump down there. Meant to edge forwards and have a little look. Yeah, because then that can go there. Right, cool. So the weld. Can we reach that bottom one? Not quite. Oh well. Cool. Right, I'll leave that open for now, so I've got a bit of access. That's my seating position. Oh yeah, I don't need that anymore, and I don't need that anymore. Yeah, okay, right. Actually, oh, actually, when it comes to greebling, we'll just do something like that either side there for now. Yeah, that'll do me for the moment. Right, so the shapes are getting there bit by bit. That would also want to be a line of blocks across there. Yep, stuck on things. Nope. One day I'll do a series of SE where I'm actually using my jetpack. Right, so that will be the basic line of the roof for now. That's a random block. Oh, that's another random block. Oh, and another one. That'll be the back of the back. Fill that hole in eventually. Oh, that was the roof. Oh, you know what I totally didn't do? I didn't turn the music back on at any stage. I wondered why it was so completely deathly silent when I wasn't talking. Right, so the actual HAW, which I've built before, is accessed through the roof and has a hatch on the top, but we've got underside access this time around. So we can potentially use the top of this thing for something else. Like some kind of weapon mounting. Have I got... Oh yeah, the back end of it is just basically flat where the tail joins on, so we can do what we like with that realistically. What are they? Oh right, I see what that is. Right, so let's move you out of the way a little bit. Let's go. Ooh, easy. Around the other side. Yeah, right, so that is most likely just going to get filled in and or greebled anyway. Fill that section in with a few blocks, and then I want the side of this to maybe greeble out a little bit. So what blocks do we want to use for that? Potentially something like that. Yeah, we can do something like that maybe. Have that come out a little bit at the side. Although, do I actually want it to start another block back? So I'm clear of that, or do I want to work with that? I might work with it actually. We'll do that. Let's see what it ends up looking like. I'll stick a bunch of them on there. A couple of them on there. I'm not going to be able to get that without falling off, so let's just jump for it. And we got that jump wrong. There we go, that angle will do. Right, put that there. Yeah, maybe I'll have something like that sticking out a bit. Too wide, we can cut it back a layer, I suppose. Then we could have that come all the way up again until that edge makes a point. There we go. You want it like that? I think we're going to have it like that. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, it's so much easier to work out all these angles when you do it with creative mode or creative tools. You can just copy and paste and chop and change things as much as you like. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Right, now, trying to replicate it on the other side. Without the benefit of mirror mode. So it is that piece that way round to start. Okay. That one there. Like so. Yeah, cool. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Oh, I can't go through there anymore. There we go. Can I fit through the gap, please? Thank you. Right, so let's get a bit more of an optimal position. Oh yeah, probably help. We filled that in a bit as well. Right, let's do another layer of that. So that, and that. Oh, hang on. And that. And that, and that. And that, and that. That's going to be there. That's going to be there. I did it 3 wide. Right, so the layer, so that, and that. About the same now. Yeah, we'll have a few blocks at the top. Groovy. Alright, that doesn't look too bad. What will we like for power on you? 52%. You are running low. Okay, well that's looking in a decent position. I'm going to quickly put him... I'm going to put the skiff back on charge for a minute. I'm going to go and quickly grab another bio break. And then I'll probably do another hour or two of the stream. We're just coming up on 3 hours now. I usually do about 4 or 5. So that can go there for a second. That can come out again. I'm going to get in here, away from spiders and horrible weather. Speaking of which, I could do with some healing, and I could do with some grub. I'm just going to jump back into that bed for a second. And leave you with that lovely view for a minute or two, so I'll be back in a minute, don't go anywhere. Okay, and we are back again. Alright. Another fresh cup of tea. Fantastic. Oh, let's put that grinder away. No hideous weather for the moment. That's always good. Oh. That's a spider getting shot. Oh, that's a spider coming to get me. Thank you, guns. While I reloaded them. What's that, Chad? Perimeter security camera footage while Dread is AFK. Yeah. I've built bases in the past with actual, like, security cameras on them. Maybe I should do that on this base at some point. But for now, we are working out breathing and faces and shapes without the use of my jetpack. Because I'll have to make things difficult for myself. Let's put another block in there. Weld that up. Can I get through that gap in the meantime? Yes, I can. Close that door up. Can I get through that gap? Just about. And like clockwork, I fell off. That's that side, that's that side. We'll do another 3 there. And that's going all the way back like that anyway. Reach. Cool. Unknown signal. 1.5 kilometers away. Oh, that's all the way up on that ridge. Don't care about that. You know what, just out of interest, I'll just bomb over there in the skiff quickly. It's only 1.5 kilometers away. Let's go and see if by some miracle that unknown signal has something useful in it. Probably it does not. Oh, it's not even landed yet. Has it got anything useful? Well, first of all, any fabulous prizes? No. It has got expired slot. Apparently something that will harm me. You know what? I'll just grind it for some parts. One of these days I'll get something useful out of unknown signal. Other than just the basic components that it's made out of. Right, let's fly back. You know what, it might actually be just too much of a hassle to get the skiff in there. I'll leave him there just in case. I'm going to say that, but I need to be able to get up a bit higher. Should be hopefully just enough room to squeeze him in there. Get up a bit. That shouldn't be too bad. Oh, a bit close. Now, this edge here looks very different on the picture I've got. I think I've completely screwed something up, but whatever. We will do a slightly different angle, maybe. Take that out, put that in. Maybe do a few blocks across on that angle. Yeah, I think it's going to have to be that realistically. Oh, I don't want the heavy blocks, not yet. If it's all. Light. There we go. The back end of him is going to be about there. So, did we decide on scorpion tail then? I think the consensus was scorpion tail. So, what could we do for the back end of him? We have a connector mounted there. You know what, that might be easier. We have a connector mounted there. And then say had an advanced rotor on that. How could we protect that rotor a bit? And also give it room to move? We could do like that, or we could do something like that. Oh, getting irradiated. Deadly radiation. Didn't notice the radiation poisoning. Right, I'll have to give the radiation storm a minute. Modular to choose from a weapon, tail, or cargo. That is a system that I would like to try and work out in a more creative kind of setting than trying to do that on stream and in survival with no jetpack. I do like that idea though. Interchangeable between cargo and weapons. Oh yes, it's an electric storm. The electric storms are radioactive. In the meantime then, I will name some stuff. That can be the bathroom door. Oh, the shower doesn't actually... Does it have any presence at all? No, it doesn't. What about the toilet? No. Oh, that does. Name. Bathroom. Oh, right. Is it bathroom in the inventory, is it? Not bat. Bathroom. Oh yeah, it is. There we go. That can be that. I wish you could use the toolbar from a toilet. I would make toilet-controlled mechs more often just for a laugh if I could, but you can't. I mean, I suppose you can access a remote control through it, but it's not quite the same. Right, the shower doesn't need naming. Right, that could be the bathroom then. One hideous weather. Is it still radioactive outside? Yes, he says, right as a thunderclap and more radiation. Come on, weather. Play nice. Radiation's still going up. I'll brave it. See what happens. Right, so... What else did I need to do with this greebling? Oh yeah, I was trying to work out the back end, wasn't I? Up there nicely. All that way nicely. Oh, just stand on the blocks. Thank you. Right, so I put that on that side. Only by one of them. Eventually one of them. Which could then give us that kind of angle to play with. Oop. Yeah, that can join there, that can join there. sort that rotor out in a second. Damn it. Oh, just stop. Just slow down, engineer. That can go in there. Bum 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 bum. So that. That there should give the rotor some space to angle around. There we go. Oh, that's the sound of meteors. Wonderful. That can be the back end of that. Don't want it to come out much further. Still want that hinge to be able to move. So if I then put a block on there maybe, and then if we switched back to that angle, it would be about the same height. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. See if I can get the skiff in. Definitely need to build a bigger mech workshop for larger projects such as this one. Okay, then that could be a square, or a cube rather. That could be that. That could be that. Cube, cube, cube. Let's join it all up. Right, awesome. And that comes all the way back there. Cool. That can go in there. 1, 2, 3. There's 3, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. No whack. Hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on. Nope, nope, and nope. Because that needs to come out. And that needs to get swapped. For that. There we go. That's the one. Now it matches. Groovy, right, let's get back in the skiff so I can have a bit of a better look at the back end of this. So, what do we want to do? From there, greebly wise. Ooh, don't fall off, please. Right, well... Of course, I have just run out of steel. And of course, I don't have any in stock. Grab a little bit of that. Ooh, let's get rid of that and get rid of that. And also get rid of that, because I don't feel comfortable eating expired slop. I get the feeling it's gonna poison me. Alright, so... Greeble is expensive on the steel plate. It certainly is. I go through so much iron just from greebling stuff. What do we want to do with this edge back here? Oh yeah, that gap there needs to have that. That's going to need a cube. That's going to need a cube. Might as well fill that in. Oop, I'm stuck. There we go. Fill those two gaps in too. What's going on across the top of this rotor? That's going on there. Bum bum bum. That can go up there. Where's my ladder? There it is. Oh yeah, and that leads into a shape that I don't really have anything good for. Right, so that can actually just come out. We will just use a triangle there. Oh, there we go. Oh, won't sit still on that rotor, apparently. Okay, fine, I'll get off the rotor. Some cubes in there. Try and reach that rotor again. There we go. Yeah, I'll just have some triangles in that gap to give the rotor a bit of clearance. Yeah, cool. Okey-doke. Well, that up for a bit of security. Put a few more blocks across there for a bit of extra connection point. Bum 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 bum. Right, that's going to come across there. What did we do? Oh, we haven't done anything that side. We haven't even welded up with some of the blocks. Go. Bum 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 bum. What shall we do? Back here. That is on that angle. We could potentially have that. Nope. Ah, damn. Angle. Could potentially have that come back again. Like so. Then, how many blocks would that be? Oop, until it reaches back over here. That can be that. That can be that. That would be that one anyway, so that would probably want to come out. That might work actually. Ooh, hang on. Oh yeah, how do I get from that angle to that angle nicely? We don't. That's the problem. Not unless we change the back end maybe from that top half and up. And I'll do it from down here. Oh, just let me grab it. There we go, thank you. So, maybe we go for a different angle from that point on. Damn it. I can swap to that 1, 2. No. 2, 3. I had that there, then that there, and then that. Suit energy low, thank you. Actually saw the warning sign this time. Yeah, that can go there, that can go there. I'm gonna get that annoying shape again. If I do that, kind of marries up. Or I could just swap it for... do it then. We'll try it like that. If I weld all of that up, that... what am I looking for? That would end there. I would probably have that flat all the way up or something. Sneak in a little bit closer. Oh, just about reached those bottom ones, awesome. Oh, that's the sound of spiders. Yep, that is the sound of spiders. Where are you? How did you deal with it for me, did you? No other ones? Is that it? Cool. I think that's it. Oh, no, that's certainly not it. I'd have got shot somewhere. No, whatever. Oh, it's right there. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. Right, back to what we were doing back here. Yeah, the only thing is I don't like that. edge there. What if I move that, bring that pattern down a little bit? What if we start with that one there? Put that there. Go with it from there. Oh, I'm grinding the wrong thing. Actually, no, I'm grinding the right thing. That'll be that, and I'll do the other side of that in a second. And bum 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 bum. We'll have that there. We will have that there, and I've got to work my way around to the skiff. There we go. Right, where were we? We were about there. That goes there. Then we have that one, if we can find the right angle for it. Then we have that one. And then we've got the option. Oh yeah, right, okay. You know, options are that, and probably that, or no, I think I'll go with that. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think we'll go with that. I can put that across there for now. And that could be that, and in theory... Oh no, hang on, I must count it here somewhere. Oh, I've just not built enough bits, that's why. So, right, okay, cool. It's all coming together now. Where's the right bit? There it is. So that, and that. With that in there, and that up there. Oop. Well, not that there. Oop, didn't mean to fall down. Like I ever actually really mean to fall down. It's usually an accident. Right, that can go there. That's the wrong block selection. That can go there. That can go there. So 1, 2, 3 blocks there, and then 1, 2, 3 blocks, and then one of the... Oh, that one. That's the one. One of them. One of them, one of them, one of them. Even the gap. No, no. Damn it. So, 3 of those corner bases. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that looks right. Another one of them. Another one of them. I think we have another one of them. Then 1, 2, 3 of the 2x1s. 1, 2, 3, and then that, and then that. Cool. Right, that all joins up pretty much the way it's supposed to. Or the way I was trying to get it to. Right, cool. Let's put a bit more armor in there. Very dark outside now. Cool. That's looking pretty good. You know what? I'm gonna fill that gap in as well with armor blocks. Awesome, right, everything's looking pretty symmetrical. Don't think I've messed anything up anywhere. Oh yeah, except for here. Get off. Oh, that one needs to be there. So that's the mirror of that one. Oh yeah, and that means we can jump right out the side of the mech. That means we can move this connection point. Please don't do that, game. Thank you. Weld that up for a minute. Oh, stop fidgeting. I'm sat on the collisions between 2 blocks. Right, that means I can get rid of this. Oop. I got rid of a little bit too much. Alright, what is making me jiggle all over the show? Is it that difference between those 2 blocks there? I'm guessing it is. It's getting really annoying. Right, we'll come up with a better connection for that. What is making me jiggle up and down like that? Well, that's not looking too bad. Right, so let's put a spectator mode back over here. Oh yeah, the skip is in the way. Awesome. Oh yeah, and some of those barriers are also in the way. All those ramps, rather. Get them out. Let's move the skiff out of the way. That's not a great angle to work with. There we go. Ooh. Yeah, skiff's just a little bit too big to squeeze in there with this mech. I open that up, jump into the control seat from there. Right, that still works, but I need to redo the reverse control diner. Yeah, that's the one. So let's put that back in place. That's that again. Right, reverse controls work again. So I'm sitting in here with all of this space. What can I do with it? Maybe build down the side of that a little bit. Let's jump in the skiff again. What shall we do up here? Right. So, we've got that connecting the rotor up. We could potentially label it up a little bit like that. Yeah, I think that's actually going to be a bit more over there. Let's get rid of that. Oh, I've kind of locked myself in on that side. There. Get that while we're there. So, what did we do? We did that, we did that. We did that, 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 oh, and that. Right, that's all of them. We do that side up like that. Armor in there. That leaves us a pretty nice centralized little gap that we could actually, you know what? We could put an ammo sorter in there first, actually. There's the 0 on there. It is that side. Then we could have an advanced rotor on there. Bum 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 bum. And then yeah, and then maybe it can. Ooh, obviously that's going to tilt because it's not welded up. I weld it up. Oh, I've actually got the bits on me. Oh, minus a couple of tubes, that's fine. I'll grab that in a second. Yeah, so how complicated do I want to do the arms? How much room have we got for arms, actually? Yeah, I'll do a connection like that. A hinge coming out like that. That's going to drop though as soon as I touch it. I need to get more bits anyway. Whatever, I'll do. Right, that's all of those parts. Thank you. Right. Let's just try and get closer with the skiff. Close enough. Wants to get those bits. Then after that, actually, oops. Actually, I think I've got more clearance than I think I do. Probably not, but we'll give it a go. Would you just settle? So if I angle that down a bit. Yeah, so I'll have possibly upper limit of 40, maybe lower limit of 20. Ooh, that's the wrong angle. Actually, to be honest, probably actually just want to build that entire arm on a 90-degree angle. Just settle down for a second. I'll put that back to roughly 0. Yeah, So let's go with yeah, let's go with that. Oh no, hang on. Where's the straight piece? There it is. We'll have that like that, and we will have that hinge like that. Stop jiggling for 2 seconds on the subgrid. That would then be able to spin around like that. We could put another one of them on there. That could have an upper limit of possibly 15 at its max, and then whatever we like for the top limit, realistically. That'll aim down like that. That'll be able to aim right up in the sky and shoot drones down from above. And then to give it a bit more articulation, we can that's 0. Put that there. This might be a bit of a tight squeeze. There we are. That's just going to rotate. Ooh. Make sure you grind off the right thing. Make sure you grind off the right thing. Oh well, I think that's going to be stuck in there for a little bit. Oh, that's me hurting myself. Don't fall off. There we go. Right, that was the right one. That is 0. Of course I need more steel. I'll just take loads. Run out of it really quickly. Right, that'll go there, and then that will go there, and if I'm lucky I'll have just about enough clearance above that leg. I might have to move it a block higher, potentially. Although I like where it's sitting at the moment, so I don't really want to do that. Ooh, or actually... I don't know. Yeah. Right, quick idea for a gun before I knock off on the stream for the evening. What do we want to put in there? We want to put a Gatling gun in there, so let's put one of them in there. Let's move that hinge back a bit. One of the things I like doing at the moment is using these inset connectors as like a corner piece that I've got cargo access to. Particularly useful when you've locked something behind a sorter, so I'm going to pop one of them there. We can then put a T-block section there. We can have a bit of ammo storage on the end. Obviously, I'm taking the guns off my toolbar. There we are. Oh, jiggling for 2 seconds. And then we can have a Gatling gun on top of that, but that looks real close to the top of that leg. I think it's a little bit too close to aim down very far. Yeah, it's got just about enough clearance to aim straight, which isn't going to be very good if there's something on the ground in front of me. Yeah, I might have to set that a block further forward and a block further up. Or I might have to re-greeble the front and bring everything forward a block or two. But it's looking pretty good so far. Yeah, I might extend the face out next time, or I might do that between streams so we can get round to the ARM programming. But yeah, I'm gonna go park the skiff up. I still need to build an auto docking system for. We lock down, there we go. Cool. Right, so it's not looking too bad, just needs a few little tweaks. That gun's just set a little bit too far back behind the leg. So yeah, I might bring the front end of it forward a little bit more so that it clears that leg slightly better. But I'm pretty happy with what we've got so far. We've got a walk cycle. Oh yeah, you can see it's just about clipping that stuff there. I could see sparks from over here. Yeah, there's some sparks. Yeah, so we're going to have to move that arm. But we've got a forward walk. And we've got a reverse walk cycle. So I'm happy with that. Still need to work out power. And conveyor systems and all that kind of fun. But yeah, I am... Ooh, can't really see me there. I'm going to leave this stream here for this week, because that's been about 4 hours, and I'm quite tired. But yeah, everyone that's watching, please go and have a look at the release stream for Space Engineers 2 tomorrow evening at 6 PM UTC. I will be there in the chat, watching along with everybody else, and then depending what's happening, I will probably be doing a little SE2 stream afterwards, showing off some of the bits that I've been making while I've had access to the preview build. So yeah, I'm going to leave this here for this week. That leg back there is the wrong angle. I need to sort out those rotors. I'm going to leave this here for this week. I'm still working on the next episode of Alien Survival, because it's been a bit of a pain. Doing some complicated things and stuff keeps exploding, so I will get there eventually with that episode. I'll be back with more of this next Sunday, and I'll be back on Wednesday for the rest of Project Skull Fortress and SE2, now that we've got the new update coming. I'm thinking what I might do with that is a fresh start from the beginning. But I've got the blueprints for everything I've built in it so far, so what I think I might do a fresh start in SE2 with the new update, make our way back to the Skull Mountain again, and then start welding up the blueprinted stuff that I've already built with the new welders, because I'll actually be able to build welder ships now. And we should get through the building process a little bit quicker, and we've got area welders as well, or we'll be getting area welders. So yeah, that's the plan for Wednesday. And yeah, I'm probably going to do a little bit of an SE2 sort of sneaky stream tomorrow. So yeah, I'll see you all next time. Thank you for chatting. Hey Akville, thank you for, yeah, see you later. Thanks for chatting, dude. Thank you, Chad. What's that then there? Perhaps arms atop to avoid the collision. Yeah, I might even move the arms up to somewhere else. I'll have a think about that between now and next week. But yeah, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, and I'll be back again multiple times over the next week for more Space Engineers fun. So, cheers guys, and goodbye for now.